And let's see what happens. Okay, we're live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Everything seems to be going exactly how I want, so let's get in there and play. We are going to be skipping out on the crafting today. We still need quite a bit of XP to get to 80 crafting. And then we got to focus up a little bit on some other stuff. But we should be able to kill this flesh hatcher dude a bunch of times. And so that's what I want to do. I want to go kill the flesh hatcher dude. Yeah. I think that's all the gear I want there. Let's see. Let's get 10 vials of water. Which I think we only need 9 because we only have 9 limpwort roots. And then let's get some quarma. Do I not have any quarma? Super strength potion. Oh, it's got a W. Alright, let's take out 10 of those and then put one back. And then we do limpwort. And we take out 9 of those. Dope. Now we can make ourselves some super strength potions. Which feels good. We definitely want those potions. And we're going to take super strength and super attack and maybe some super defense if I have them. Super. Alright, super defense. Take one of those. Super attack. Take one of those. And super strength. We're actually going to take 2 of those. And we'll take one of these as well because we just want to fill these up. Get them full. Nice. Now we can put them back. And that's all I actually need to take. We're also going to take ourselves a couple of fishes, just to get us started on being able to heal ourselves in between fights. But we should have everything we need here. Yo, there's a fucking crazy butterfly. Can I gather these? Nope. You can only catch these moths barehanded, and you must have nothing on or an enhanced yak twee stick. Okay. Well, actually, let's just take... So I must have nothing in my hands, not nothing on. I don't have anything in my hands. Ah, hunter level 88. Okay, Cool, cool. Let's just go to the public encounter. And then let's go murder the flesh hatcher. Alrighty. So what I want to do today is I want to see how long I can be killing the flesh hatcher without having to go back to my base. Because that sounds really fun to me. Also, gotta remember to use those auras. Yo, what up, Drippy Bun? Oop, fucked that up. At least we got out in time. No kidding. Go to sleep, bud. Traveling is one of those things that doesn't seem like it should take a lot of energy. But it does, because there's just a lot of stress involved. Another flight to catch in a few. Oh my gosh. No rest for the wicked. We'll take that one prayer potion. Oh, I only wanted one. Oh well, I guess we get two. That'll keep us going on prayers for a really long time, though. Which is very nice. Everything else can go to the bank. And back into the boss we go. You a laptop smuggler? What would you even be smuggling laptops for? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oof. My skill barely went off there. I forgot to eat in between the fights. Ruh-roh. Yeah, man. Gotta get you those eats. Holy crap. No. Alright. Get anything that I want to keep here? Nope. We're getting lots of gold spirits though, which is nice. I like the gold spirits because we can get lots of gold in one porter that way. So the flesh hatcher is really, really important. Just for our general ability to make porters and use porters and stuff like that. I really, really like the flesh hatcher. It's got lots of good drops. It's got lots of good mechanics. Just such a great boss for new players. I'm never gonna be able to get over it. Y'all are gonna have to listen to me gush about how good the flesh hatcher is for however long it takes me to get past the flesh hatcher. So, months at least, probably. But that's okay. It's worth it. This fight, we should get to go quite a bit faster, because I don't even think we have the ability to use Rejuvenate in this fight, because there's not going to be time. So we're just going to use Destroy a bunch. Pretty much on cooldown. And just beat this boss's ass. Try and get a super fast time here. Actually doing a pretty good job. All right, nice. That was a good fast one. All right. We get plenty of fish here. That'll refill some of our fishies. And we're already all full on health, so we don't even need to eat any. Ooh, whoops. I forgot to put everything into the bank. All right, fantastic. I'm honestly kind of feeling like this might just be better to not even use Rejuvenate and just use my Destroy over and over again. Because I feel like I had way more health from using Destroy than I did from allowing my Rejuvenate to go off. Hey. What's up, FPS? How are you today? Fuck that up. Same shit, different day. Fair enough, I guess. I wouldn't know anything about that. I don't literally do the exact same thing every day. Oh no, wait. Yes, I do. Booyah. Okay, we don't need these fish. We got plenty of fish. So, just put all this stuff away, I guess. Bank it. Bank it. Work from home, rest, repeat. Dude, I'm crushing this guy. This is great. You know what I just realized is channeling skills are actually kind of nice to use. To put yourself in an easier position to use other skills. Because the channeling skills stop the rotation. And so they leave it open for you to use your other skills. Like your shield and stuff like that. And so if you're about to be in a situation where everything's a little tight as far as timing, that's potentially pretty good. Nice, 32 gold spirits. Yo, what's up, Cristocho? How are you today? We're gonna have a murder the boss day today. Because I need to kill some shit. No, not yet, but we've only got about 6 kills under our belt. So, yeah, we just started. I started pretty late on this stream today. I woke up late. I was feeling a little groggy this morning. So we were almost a half hour late getting the stream started. Your hands are cold. Gotta turn that heater on, bro. Or wrap yourself up in a blanket. Can't be just leaving those extremities out there to be cold. That's my favorite thing, is to just crawl up under a blanket. I actually kind of like it when it's cold around me, but I can get all snuggled up in a blanket and be warm. Yeah, thanks, man. I hope we'll get some good drops. I want me a dragon harpoon. Just 'cause I love the dragon gear, and I want the harpoon. I wants it. But it doesn't look like it's gonna give it to me. What a shithead. Bank all that shit. Go ahead and get another eat or two here. We don't really have to do those eats, but I like to keep myself nice and full. We would probably end up filling back up, but better to start the fight full, not leave any chance for error. Especially since this boss gives me so many swordfish. This boss is really good about giving you the resources you need to sustain fighting the boss. Right, you can get, I think I average about 4 foods per fight. So as long as you're not using more than 4 foods in a fight, you can pretty well fight this boss forever. You get more than enough prayer potions for your prayer flicks. There's just tons and tons of stuff. The thing that's probably going to make me eventually have to go back is I'm going to end up with too many empty prayer potions. Even though it's going to take a really long time to do that, that is the thing probably that's going to make me go back. I brought these super potions, but I don't really need them. They help speed things up a little bit, but they're not really all that valuable in this fight. Whoops. Damn. Now I'm not going to get one of my little heals off because I'm going to have to run out of this slam. I accidentally used my resonance in the wrong spot. Thankfully, pretty much no matter what, if you trigger a resonance, you get a little bit of health because you're going to get hit by something eventually. So there's that. But it's still better to take that slam on it. What do we got? We'll take these more fishies. We probably won't need them. We'll take them anyway. Probably could have held off, but it's possible we could go dry on the fishes. And if that were to happen, that would be a little rough. And then we'll go ahead and drink ourselves a prayer potion. Alright. Yeah, this goes really well. I am really happy with sort of where we are when it comes to fighting this boss. And I like that this boss is more mechanically demanding because it means that it actually takes time to kill. As you got a little bit stronger at the King Black Dragon and the Mole, they just became sort of obsolete. Now there is obviously a point at which this boss will become obsolete as well, but having mechanics makes the boss much more interesting and makes it hold its fight value, its entertainment value a lot better. And it means that you can do things like give the boss a lot more HP and a lot more defense and a lot more stuff like that, and still allow the player to beat them by simply doing a good job at the mechanics. Right? There's not really a minimum level that you can start doing this boss at. As long as you have enough HP and stuff to manage the chip damage and you can dodge the skills, then you can fight this boss. And that's so dope. What's up, Pike? You know, I had taken the new player moniker off like weeks ago, and somebody told me to put it back on. The grind is going well. We got up to 79 crafting yesterday. I went and got 3,000 more gold and made 3,000 more necklaces. But they were all emerald necklaces, so they didn't give us nearly as much XP. But I'll do that again tonight, and that should set me up to be all done. So we'll be level 80 by tomorrow. You're gonna have to eat a bunch of fishes this time. Damn, I took a beating that one. No. No, I don't. I really don't like most of the daily stuff. There will come a time when this character is more established and more complete, where I might set myself up a daily routine. But at this point, I just want to go do the things I feel like doing and not bog myself down in dailies so much. Yeah, no, I love the personal owned farm. And I should be like going and making and then collecting beeswax, because it literally takes no time and gives a stupid amount of farming XP. And then, like, I'm not doing my Viswax every day, and I really should be, so that I have a nice buildup of Viswax for extending auras and different stuff like that. There are just some things that I really should be doing, but I just haven't gotten myself into the habit yet. Nice. Hey, some bowstrings. What's up? That actually, I have a bunch of unstrung bows from like way back when I first started. So honestly, every time I get one of those bowstrings, it's kind of a little bit of free XP. Whoops. Accidentally turned my little doohickey off here. Get dumpstered. Alrighty. Dungeoneering is odd. So the weird thing about dungeoneering is you can level up almost every other skill inside the dungeon. So I kind of want to make a dungeoneering locked account and just only do the dungeon and try and level up all the skills that way. But yeah, dungeoneering is very separated. It's sort of like agility in that way, where it's very separated from the main game. And then it's used as a way to like gate content. It's honestly, it's kind of obnoxious. It's a cool little game mode, but the way it gates your access to things is pretty ridiculous. Oh shit. Ooh. Almost took that one in the face. Dungeoneering is more of like a rune, or not a rune, a roguelite mode. Oh, I did take that one in the face. Whoops. So you go into this, like, procedural dungeon. Ooh, I took that one in the face, too. I'm not doing very good on this one. Yeah, so you go into this, like, procedural dungeon, and you go in without any gear on, and you pick up gear inside the dungeon, and then you use that gear to do things. It's really weird. And then you progressively, the meta progression is that you unlock new, harder floors. And so, you get higher and higher tier equipment that you can use. And the enemies and stuff become harder and harder. And then, yeah, so you do get a currency. You get dungeoneering tokens for doing the dungeoneering stuff. And then you spend those tokens on, like, the gem bag or the thing that automatically buries bones, or there's a bunch of, like, special items that you can only get from dungeoneering that help you, like, auto-skill other skills. It's weird. It's all super weird. But then you have to have dungeoneering at a certain level to be able to access some areas. Like this boss, you can only fight this boss if you have 40 dungeoneering. So this whole boss is gated behind that skill that is sort of separate from the rest of the game. It's a little goofy. And I don't really think it has a good place where it is right now. There need to be some other dungeoneering paths. We'll take those out. Never know. Might end up needing them. We're kind of crushing this boss, though. This feels really good. Whoop. 45 kills now? Nice. Hey, look at somebody else. Sean Calvert. And another Sean Calvert. Oh, no, it's by the same person. So he's killing the boss, like, super quick. Yo, what's up, Slate? How are you? Ooh, I think I almost got the... Yeah, I didn't quite get that shield off. Whoops. Is back from work. Nice. Time to turn on that Runescape. Get to grinding. Gotta get those levels, dude. Got 2 more woodcutting levels to go till I get to 57. Then I'm going to train at Mossy Giants. You can get woodcutting at Mossy Giants. I didn't know that. I have 57 woodcutting. Does that mean I can kill Mossy Giants? Oh, 2 separate tasks. Okay. Well, that makes me sad. I'm gonna go into a private encounter here. Because that other person's fighting of the boss is confusing me. Yeah, I mean, I thought you were training wood cutting at the Mossy Giants. If you're just training something else, then meh. Murdering the flesh hatcher. And you're dead. Ha ha. We'll go ahead and grab those. And we'll bank everything else. Man, I'm not getting nothing. I mean, I guess I'm getting plenty of gold stone spirits. And actually, I guess the other stone spirits are pretty nice too, because you get like rune and orichalcum, and you know, there's some good ones in there. I could do quite a bit of resource gathering with all those stone spirits. But still. Booyah. Okay. That was an awful one. I got nothing. We got 8 more minutes on our aura here. Then we'll throw on our vamp aura, which won't help us kill the boss quicker, but it will help keep us healthy, which is nice. I probably should have gone ahead and viswaxed my my damage aura, just to let me use it a little more, but maybe I'll do that on the next one. I'll go ahead and rock a viswax. So we'll use our vamp aura, and then we'll have to wait a little while longer for my damage aura to come back. And then once the damage aura comes back, I think we can go ahead and go ahead and viswax it, and then use it for the last 2 hours. Because it's 1 hour, and then 3 hours, and then we'd have 2 hours. So that's 6 hours. Yeah, so that'll be the whole stream. So I gotta remember on these boss killing streams that if I viswax one time, comes out pretty perfect on that damage aura. Whoops. Shit. Oh, nice, I didn't do it. I thought I fucked up and accidentally used my resonance again, but I was able to hit the other button fast enough that I didn't waste it. Booyah. Hey. Level up on the Constitution. Nice. Still nothing from the boss. Go ahead and eat up another prayer. Eat up a fishy. Get all full. Back at it we go. Okay. Having a little trouble apparently getting into the arena and attacking the boss. Ooh, that was a good heal. Nice. He hit me real hard there. Hey, that's 50 kills. Booyah. Get wrecked, nerd. Bank all that. And we go back out for another one. This is a really, really comfortable boss grind. When I was doing the mole, it felt like there was quite a bit of friction. The Barrow brothers felt really comfortable. Even having to run around all the different barrows and do all that stuff. Even before I had the auto teleport to the end, the Barrows brothers still felt pretty comfortable. But this boss just feels really nice. It's really self-contained. It's fairly quick to get back in and start the boss again, because you can just automatically deposit to the bank from the boss. The looting doesn't really get in the way. He drops the resources that you need, right? The food and the prayer, to be able to continue fighting him for a really long time. It's just a nice, comfortable, smooth experience. I really like it. They've taken away a lot of the friction from a lot of other bossing experiences with this boss. Whoops. Fucked up and used my resonance there. Nice. Alright. Nothing I need again. Eat our way back up to full health here. Slam. Ooh, my defender reduced the damage by 1. Thank you so much, defender. That's what I keep you around for right there. Those 1 damage blocks. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, sure, we'll get those. Lots of seeds, lots of arrowheads. I'll have to kind of look into that. That'll help us with fletching quite a bit. That'll be cool. We're getting a lot of green charms. I don't think we're getting like blue and red charms though. So a little meh, but that's okay. These gold stone spirits and these salvages are pretty nice to be getting. Let's go ahead and throw on our vampiric. This is just gonna help us stay healthy a little bit. Doesn't really matter against this boss, but it'll be fine. Damn, fucked it up again. Use my resonance. Whoops. Ooh, that was close. That was close. I used my resonance at the wrong time, and then almost immediately forgot that I had used my resonance at the wrong time. So, super good job on my part. Ouch. Yo, what's up, Lee? How are you? I'm doing fucking awesome. Murdering this nerd. I will never turn down free subscription time. I think I'm in World 4. Give me just like 2 seconds here. Let me beat this nerd's ass. And bank all this shit. And where we at? Yeah, we're in World 4. Okay, perfect. I will wait for you there then. Look who it is. Hey, thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate that. That is fantastic. Y'all have been so generous with the bonds. I haven't had to um I haven't had to freaking actually spend money on my subscription since the first month that I paid for it. And I really, really appreciate that. That makes being able to continue to make the content and do the streams and stuff so much easier. Oh no. Cannot even express to you all how much I appreciate that. While I was here, there was something I wanted to look at. Arrowheads. That's right. Oh, and salvages. Let's see. What are we looking at in the salvage department? Oh my gosh. Look at all this stuff. I got 90 of these small spikies. I don't know if I want to waste my runes. I guess I can get a lot more nature runes and stuff now, so it's not a big deal. Then let's go ahead and put this. Put the high L down here on A. Yeah, we'll put it on A. I say go down there. And then let's actually go see about some of these salvages. Let's get some monies. We'll start with all the rune, because that stuff's worth some stuff. Yo, what's up, T2EV? We're killing the Flesh Hatcher. Because fuck that nerd. Might be able to get 57 woodcutting before midnight? 18 more minutes? Yeah, I think you can. I believe. Alright, let's get some of these. I don't know if I want to do... What else is there to do with these smaller salvages? Other than high alking them. Is there anything of value to do with them? Because only getting 4K for a high alk sounds awful. Sell it on Grand Exchange? Fuck you, dude. I can't do that. No GE for me. I mean, I guess I could drop transfer it to a main account and then sell it on the GE on a main account. But that would be unnecessarily complicated. Also, why you gotta call me a bozo? So rude. I mean, I guess I had almost 100 of them. At 4,000 apiece, that's almost 400k. So... yeah, no, I like bozo too. I think that's a good one. It's a good playful insult because it's never used like to actually insult people. So people almost immediately know that you're just messing around. One of my favorite like insult not insults is when people say something nice about something. Like, you know, if there's a pet or something like that in a game and somebody says, "Oh my gosh, that pet's really cute." I'll say something like, "Your face is cute." Because normally, you know, you would use that sort of as an insult. Like, "Oh my gosh, that's ugly. So's your face." So I use it in an effort to be complimentary instead. It entertains me. No, I am getting some XP out of him. So I get like 12k XP a kill. And I don't have his kill log, so I want all of his log. Like, I don't have a dragon harpoon. You know, I want the pet, all that other stuff. So I'm just kind of killing him to break up the monotony of all the crafting and stuff we've been doing. And do some completionist stuff. Ow. I really like all the pets, so I really want to get this dude's pet. This one specifically is really cool. I like the way this boss looks. That's true. I don't usually equip them, but that's because the game doesn't let me take them into some places. And it annoys me. I don't like trying to go into rooms and stuff and being told you can't take a pet in here. Like, go fuck yourself. Ooh, wow. 24 elemental animal stones. Damn. That's a lot of those. Nice. Do I like dungos? Oh, such as dungeon. So I really like the dungeoneering. Yeah, sorry, it took me a second. I had to go back and read a couple of things there. Yeah, I really like dungeoneering, but I definitely think it needs another pass. The mode itself is fun, but when you get into the medium and large dungeons, it gets a little too convoluted, and you just end up running back and forth and back and forth and back and forth through empty rooms. Hey, what's up, Damien? You too, dude. You too. So I really don't like having to deal with going back and forth all the time. It's not... It just extends how long you're down there for no reason, right? There's no gameplay value in that. There's no resource value in that. It's just obnoxious to have to run back and forth. And so I'd like them to take another pass at that and try and avoid that. Maybe make the dungeons a little more linear and a little less convoluted. And then I like the fact that it's a roguelite mode that's sort of completely separated from the rest of the game. But because it's completely separated from the rest of the game, it's a lot like agility, in that it sort of stands alone and is very isolated, but then also bars you from a lot of other content. And I'm not necessarily a huge fan of that. You know, I like the special shop. I like being able to get my gem bag there. I like being able to, you know, get the prayer thing and some other stuff like that. But the fact that, I mean, like, I have to have 40 dungeoneering. Just to do this boss, for example. And it's not a part of the regular advancement loop. Yeah, so I don't like dungeoneering in its current iteration, I guess, is the best way to go about looking at it. It's not that I hate the entire concept, it's that I think the way it's implemented right now is bad, which is why I don't really do it. I love dungeoneering, but I know the only reason for it is because I have another player. Yeah, being able to be in a group for dungeoneering could certainly be fun. I played a little bit of dungeoneering with a couple of viewers a while back before I did my first run of this boss, because I needed 5 more levels, and they helped me out getting those levels pretty quick. But yeah, honestly, I would just like to see something that was a little more linear in the bosses. What's a Seeker's Charm? Pulsating Eye, throwing this into the Stalker Homeworld portal significantly increases the chance for a more powerful Soul Gazer to spawn. What the hell? What's a Stalker portal? I mean, it seems cool. I sure as hell don't know what it is, but it seems cool. I think that's over on the Black Knight Island, is where the Stalker Homeworld portal is. Goodness. I can say words. Almost jacked that whole thing up again with the resonance. Nerd. Booyah. Hey, we got some more of those elemental anima stones. Whoops. Accidentally had my prayer left down there. Dum-dum. E 30 gold spirits. Nice. I'm really shocked at how few dragon items we're getting just in general, though. Man, I just keep leaving that prayer on, don't I? There are a number of dragon items that aren't a part of this boss's log that you can get here. So, not just the dragon harpoon, but like dragon longswords and stuff like that. And I got quite a few of them last time we came over here. But I haven't gotten any in the about hour and a half that we've been killing this boss. Which means we've killed him quite a few times. We're getting 15 to 20 kills an hour here. So it's going very well. But we're just not getting the items. Well, fucked up the resonance again. Thankfully, we've got our vampire aura on right now. So even if I fuck up the resonance, we're still in a pretty good spot. Keeps us nice and full on health. Wrong button. I've been pressing R to flick my prayer this whole time. And then for some reason, just specifically on that attack, my brain was like, nope, it's Q. Okay, brain. Alright, let's go ahead and suck down a couple of prayer potions here. Get that prayer filled back up. Ooh. Hey. We got the eye, baby. Isn't that the pet? I'm pretty sure that's the pet. Can I put these in here? Nope. Yeah, let's take those. Then we'll bank everything else. Boom. Yo, that's actually kind of crazy. I keep getting these pets at crazy kill counts. Like, I'm only at 58 kill count, and that's the only item in the collection that I have. This game is spooning me pets so hard. The combined kill count of the 3 boss pets I have is less than 100. That's actually kind of wild. Holy shit. Yeah. Little baby flesh atcher dude. Damn. That's fucking crazy. That's like some of the best RNG I've ever had on these boss pets. And I've had some super good RNG in my past. Man, stuff like that feels so good. That's one of those things that this game does better than like every other MMO I've been playing. Is it feels so good to get drops. And those drops aren't even power progressing drops, right? Like those are just pets. I don't even like they're cool, but I'm not a cosmetics person. I'm not, you know, I want them because they're adorable and I want to collect them. But that's not normally the thing that drives me in these games. And it is the thing that is driving me in this game, which is really weird. But they just do such a good job of giving you this reason to want to grind those things out and want to get them. I wish that instead of telling you how many kills you have on the boss, I wish instead it maybe gave information about your kill count for drops or something. Because I feel like that's the flex, is the RNG luck, and not necessarily how many times you've killed a boss. But maybe my opinion on that will change in the future when you know, I get to harder bosses and having high kill counts on like a mascot would actually be a flex. I don't know. Hey, a dragon longsword. Nice. Had to pop in here after seeing the in-game grads again. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm super stoked about it. Super stoked. You know who I don't have? Is your name in game also 69, or is it just Lee Young? Nope, just Lee. Here we go. I forget to add people to my friends list all the time. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about having my little baby duder. It's pretty cool. Now we just gotta get the harpoon and the necklace, and we'll be good to go. Which makes me think it might actually be possible to get the entire log before getting to level 99 attack, which would be cool. Missed. Bummer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A lot of the logs in the early game are like that. The pet's the really big thing, and then after that it's kind of meh. Actually, I think the only one that's not like that is the King Black Dragon, because you've got like the visage and stuff. That's also really high kill count. But the rest of the early game bosses I've been fighting have been real chill outside of the pets. Universal, if you get a visage elsewhere, it ticks off King Black Dragon. Oh, that's crazy. I would say I wish that wasn't the case, but honestly, with as difficult as some of those items are to get, it almost has to be that way. Otherwise, completing logs would be a nightmare. Hey, more of these things. Ooh, and some dragon bolt tips. Nice. I really, really love not having to go back to War's Retreat to keep fighting this boss. Which pets do you have? Grardor and Vindicta. Oh, wow. Got the full Grardor log in less than 500 KC. That's pretty cool. Doesn't the Grardor log include the War Priest set? That's actually kind of crazy. Or did you get the War Priest set from the other enemies? That's crazy. 3 chests, 2 legs. Oh, 3 chests and legs, 2 of everything else. Pet was at 20. Was the first drop. Nice. Yeah, see, I keep getting pets as first drops too. So this was... The pet was the first drop here. My mole pet was the first drop at the mole. And my green Dagonoth King pet was my first Dagonoth King drop as well. 3 times KC drive a unique, but have pet. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Damn. That's crazy. But on the bright side, you have the pet. And the cute little buddies is all that really matters. Ow. Is that the dragon that's with Vindicta? Yeah. I mean, dragons are dope. Why wouldn't you want a dragon pet? Damn, nice. I still don't have any of the skilling pets, but that's not really... I mean, I've only got 23 million total XP, so not having any skilling pets isn't that big of a deal. I am excited to start working on those, though. Yeah, I really gotta start doing my daily farming shit. It's honestly a little sad how low my farming level is. Since all I would have to do to level it up is just go make beeswax every day. Like, it's not even that hard. I'm just being a little punk about it. You cannot defeat me, Flesh Hatcher. Yeah, I really like the whole idea of the personal farm. And honestly, I really want to get it up so that I can do, some other cool stuff with it. But it's going to be a long grind to get, all the best traits and all that stuff. And every time I look at it, it's just a little bit complicated. And it kind of makes me just want to go do other stuff. Yeah, but I want to. What I would like to do, that's one of the few things that I wish I could access the Grand Exchange for. Because I like, and so this is why I think markets are really good. And one of the things that markets are really good for is when you have really, really disparate systems, like the trait and breeding system for animals in the personal farms, is you create value by having sort of different kinds of play that some people just don't want to interact with. And so they buy those things from other people. And so that would be one of the things that I would want to access the Grand Exchange for, would be to just go ahead and buy perfect traded animals. Because I'm not terribly interested in the breeding process, but I would like to have all the best animals. And so I would just buy them. Yeah. Yeah, and that's one of those things that it's a different gameplay style. So it requires different player skills and requires a different player focus and takes up, a lot of time. And so there's this value in those things because of that time and skill investment. And so I like it. I think it's really cool. I think if there were more things like that, then you would end up with sort of a much more dynamic economy. Hey, another dragon longsword. What's up? That's 4 dragon longswords I've gotten from this dude. They're each worth 60k. Nice. And I'm getting quite a few of these dragon bolts. I like those. Frames for 4, 4, and 3. That's an interesting idea. Well, poop. Yeah, I just did a little bit of 4 and 3 work yesterday. I had to get my town hall up because I was making a bunch of necklaces, so I wanted to get some rested XP. So I did a little bit of work on that yesterday. And it very quickly gets out of hand how many logs you need to go get. Oh, you get your 99 construction? Nice. Congratulations. I need to get my 99 construction, but I'm very far away. I mean, I need to get 99 in everything, but... we ain't really there yet. I'm actually pretty surprised I haven't passed an attack level yet. I thought I was close, but maybe not. Because we've been doing this for almost 2 hours. Biased, but Hunter is the most fun to 99 as an iron. Big game hunter gives a ton of supplies. I've been only really doing bird catching with the hunter stuff so far. And so I haven't really been enjoying that. It's kinda cool, but it's not super cool in my opinion. Yeah, no, I'm open to looking stuff up or having people tell me about stuff. I tend to not use the wiki very much, but I do use chat as a resource a lot for information. Whirly gigs. Okay, yeah, I'll look into that. Go do some whirly gigging. Ow. I was scratching my beard. Didn't have my hand on the mouse. Just do whirly gigs until you unlock Big Game Hunter. Okay. Ouch. Man, I've been barely having to eat any fish while we were using this vampire aura. It was making me a little complacent. I didn't realize how much health I was actually leeching. And then obviously I've taken a couple of big hits this time by not paying attention, but still. Yeah, advise away. When you use resonance, don't pray. Yeah, I don't. And I don't know if I have reflect. What is reflect? Oh, reflect I have on autocast. Yeah, reflect I have on autocast. One of the things that I try and do when I fight is I sort of have two goals with bossing. Goal number one is to use the Revo bar as much as possible. And goal number two is to limit how many resources I'm using. So I don't have to like refresh resources by going out and like fishing to replenish fish, or going and getting necro runes and stuff like that, which is why I'm using the defender instead of a two-hander. So the way I'm set up is mildly suboptimal, and I could be killing this boss faster, but I don't have to use any resources outside of the resources the boss gives me, and I only have to hit a couple of buttons, so I like it. One thing that does happen because I'm using the defender is sometimes the defender triggers on the hit where I use resonance, and then I lose a ton of the HP that I could potentially gain. And it's kind of annoying, but also a little hilarious. Drink that up. And let's get some more fishes. And bank everything else. It's not really a question of being ready. I just prefer to use the Revo bar. One of the reasons that I like the Revo bar so much is I don't want to do anything rotational manually, if I can avoid it. The reason I have Destroy out of the Revo bar is specifically so that I can control my adrenaline, so I don't use Rejuvenate. But I only want to use reactives, so Freedom, Resonance, things like that that are extremely moment-to-moment reactive, because I don't have to look down here to like check cooldowns and stuff like that. If I do that, the Revo bar just takes care of all that stuff, and I prefer to have my eyes up here looking at what's going on and reacting to what's going on. So I try really hard to extremely limit what I have on my manual cats, because I don't want to be doing anything non-reactive if I can avoid it. It also reduces all the damage I take by 10%. Since this boss doesn't stun me, it's just a damage reduction. It probably slows down my DPS. It may not even be necessary. Right? It might not limit, or it might not reduce damage by enough that its reduction to my overall DPS might not be that great, but it does stun you in the reso part. You use it a lot more in the future as stun prevention. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll change it as I need it. Absolutely. My bar doesn't typically stay the same from one boss to another. I am perfectly happy to be swapping things out. But I don't think that attack stuns me. The big slam? I'll have to pay more attention. But I don't remember it stunning me. Huh. Oh, would you look at that? It binds me? That's interesting. I don't know. I don't really feel like that's worth trying to prevent. It's not very long, and he's not going to hit me with anything else in that time, so... But that's good to know. Just in case they change up the boss in the future or something. Boom. Stop procrastinating on what? Oh, yeah. I feel that. I've only got 119 quest points. I feel that. And a lot of my quest points are in mostly useless quests. Man. Give me some fucking stuff, dude. Why is this game being so rude to me? Give me a dragon harpoon. Murder everyone. Yeah, I gotta do a bunch of Dag Kings. Gotta do a bunch more Calfight Queen. I need to go kill the Barrows brothers a bunch, because I still need my repeater, or my repriser. Gotta kill Jad. Got all the things to do, man. Have so many boss logs to work on. It's actually kind of crazy. Gotta get my agility up to 70 so I can do the Saradomin God Wars 1 boss. Hey, we're about to pass a level. Gosh, it's gonna take us almost 3 hours to pass one level. We are definitely gonna have to do something else for this XP. Gonna have to go sit and kill a shitload of Bloodfelds. Because that's just what you gotta do. Yeah, I just figured I'd get to do a little bit of double dipping. Because I do want to get the log for the boss. So any boss kills that I get on this guy are still valuable. And I don't really like the idea of getting extremely overpowered to farm a boss. Because then what's even the point? Like, I could absolutely just go to 99 everything and then just come in here and raffle stomp this boss. But that would kind of defeat the purpose. I think that's the best way to go about it, Wyvern. For sure. If efficient is fun, then absolutely do the efficient path. But if you're doing efficiency, annihilation. Yo, I want that. Yeah, I get a lot of recommendations for activities and stuff like that based entirely on efficiency. I mean, I need to go into the Wildy and get wild hilts anyway, so might be worth it. And I'm gonna go kill a bunch of green dragons. Yeah, but if so, to get Wildy hilts, I just have to kill things out in the wilderness, right? So I can just go do Wildy Slayer tasks while I go murder things in the wilderness. Try and get hilts. Try and get that reward. Could be fun. At least every now and then, maybe. Has a 120 combat requirement? Damn. What an asshole. Well, it looks like that's going to be a much later game activity then. But that's fine. Hey, congratulations. 2,900 total. That's fantastic. I can't wait to get to 2K. I'm gonna be really excited about that. Pretty much every 500 breakpoint from here out is gonna be pretty exciting to me. Oh wow, that's a lot of dragon bolts right there. Or dragon bolt tips. Oh damn, that's pretty good. That's gonna be fun. Alright, I'll be back in just 1 second. I gotta go use the restroom. Actually, I'm going to take just a little longer than that because I got to go use the restroom and get some food. Hey, thanks for the follow, Wyvern. Why did it kick me out of the game? What the hell, game? Why you do this to me? Porque? Start again. All right. Beat this little nerd's ass. Get wrecked. I actually thought you were too. I was very surprised. It's okay. I understand. You don't care about me. It's fine. Boom. Okay, game. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and give me a dragon harpoon. Needs to be a thing that happens right now. Wow. We're up to 72 kills now. That's crazy. Man, we're actually kind of cruising on this boss. I mean, I know that 3 minutes isn't like a crazy good time compared to people that are all maxed out. But at the tier that I'm at, I feel like 3 minutes is a good timer. I'm not even using any auras right now because I've already used them all up. We're still hitting that approximately 3 minute per kill mark. It's going really, really well. Haven't had to go back to base one time this whole time. Just hours and hours of getting to just fight the boss. I really, really like that the boss drops a little bit of food sometimes. I think that's a really good indicator for you, is if the boss is dropping food, then I think your goal should be like, hey, I should only use the food that the boss drops. Or, you know, this boss is also dropping prayer potions, so only using the prayer potions that the boss drops just makes this whole thing a lot of fun. Just coming in here and beating this dude's ass over and over again. There ain't nothing he can do about it. Whoops. Oh, that's why it stops my ability that's queued up. It hits me with that stun, and so that stops me from using my queued ability. That makes sense. That makes... I mean, that's actually kind of nice, though, because it means if I mess it up and I don't get my resonance off, because it hits me with that stun, it stops the resonance from casting, which is actually really nice. So then I don't end up wasting it. Booyah! Eat a little fish. Get a little prayer. Click my prayer. Hey, what's up, Ian? Just over here murdering this crazy flying tentacle eyeball. I got at 58 kill count. I got the pet for this boss just a little while ago, which feels pretty good. You can see him back there. My little floating eye guy. Thank you. Yeah, we've been fighting this boss for about 3 hours now, and we have not had to go back to War's Retreat yet. We get enough food and enough prayer from the boss that we don't have to worry about it. I mean, do you blame him? His mom is scary as fuck. Uh-oh. All right. We didn't get our asses kicked too hard right there. I wasn't paying attention there for a minute. Things went a little sideways. But we're good. Put all that stuff back. It's all okay. We had plenty of extra resources. No problemo. Ouch. Three hours might be my focus limit. Because I'm not doing very good now. Might have to go ahead and do something less skillful. Ooh. That was some lag. Hey, 75 kills. Nice. Actually think that's probably a solid stop doing this point. Because I am definitely losing my focus. And we're definitely going to get killed if we keep doing that. Not that getting killed really matters, but I don't want to. Let's see. Where's all my fishes here? Let's take these out for sure. Damn, look at that. 489 Dragon Bolt tips. Nice. 1,000 adamant arrowheads. 26 onyx bolt tips. We're getting some decent stuff from that dude. Pretty happy about it. But where did my swordfish go? Bammo. Bammo. Alrighty. Where did I get Hydrix bolt tips? Nice. Let's go ahead and take that out. Let's put all those in there. That means we'll get 358 free gold the next time we go mining, which is nice. Let's take these back out. Let's do our salvage again. See how much currency we can get here. Boom, boom. Oh, we're back up to 99 of these. Wow. I honestly don't even know if I want to salvage those again. Getting real close to that 8 milli. Let's see. Challenges, daily combat, kill 15 enemies, which I did almost entirely at the boss. That's awesome. Daily woodcutting and daily summoning. Infuse summoning pouches. Let's actually go ahead and do these. What do I get here? $100 coins. Ooh, an aura refresh. That's nice. Distraction and diversion reset. Small dungeoneering token box. Some more coins and a Slayer VIP coupon. You know, looking at this, I don't actually care about any of these things. What's a challenge token? Token allows you to automatically complete all progress on one daily challenge. Oh, okay. You get 3 of those every week. Interesting. I mean, like, that aura refresh is pretty nice. But still, I don't really know if I care about that stuff. Yeah, but I mean, only 150. Oh, why did I get this lamp? Do I get a lamp at every tier as well? That is probably worth it. 24K? Okay. Yeah, that's worth it. That I do care about. Let's see. 25. Ooh, we're pretty close to 25,000 marks. Then I can get a Berserker aura. Boost your attacks and strength, but at the cost of your defense. Boost your range at the cost of defense. Boost your magic at the cost of defense. We have 1,000 boss kills, which we already did our adrenaline crystal. So we got to get to 2,000 boss kills before we can do anything else with that. And then consumables. So we've just got some refreshes. Honest opinion, get reckless last. Range just isn't good until the end game. Melee and magic are good at all levels. Yeah, I'll probably almost definitely be getting the Berserk first. Because why not? How many marks am I getting for each of these kills? 36 marks? Okay, so I'd still have to do quite a few kills to get up to 25k. So I'm not all that worried about it. I guess we could honestly go do some Barrows Brothers. They require significantly less focus. And I can bring my Varric sword. Or my Varric weapon. And just beat them down. Not even really have to pay attention. Yeah, we might do some of that. Let's go kill the Barrows brothers. Because I still got a lot of stuff that I need from these guys. I think I have to put away my pet though, don't I? Oh no, I don't. Nice. Nerd. A reels drop today, calling it? Alright. Here's hoping you're right. Right here, on the first one, right? Just boom. Straight out of the gate, get the repriser. The repriser, or the two-handed bow and the one-handed wand in the same drop. I feel like I deserve it. I've been working hard. I've been kicking ass. Alright. I really love that I just have this free teleporty thing now. Really makes this a lot more fun. No! I just realized that this is possible. That I can withdraw these things as tokens. Because of that, it might actually be worth it. Yeah, the tier 1 combat achievement thing. Because I seriously doubt that I need any sort of healing or anything against these guys. Especially if I got my last Guthin piece. I would be pretty much invincible here. So maybe instead of going back to War's Rest every time, we could just stay here and fight these nerds. Except freaking Dirac just wants to beat your ass. So rude, dude. Ooh, that's cool. I seriously doubt I have it in me to get the hard diary done at this particular juncture. But that's cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely I'll try and get it before Linza and Acrosay. For sure. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Wyvern, was that it was going to be a bit of a pain in the ass because of quest wrecks. Because I don't have a lot of quests done, especially out here in Mauritania. Ooh, the rock plate legs. Oh, thank you. I am going to have to probably switch back to my Bane sword and my defender. Really? You have to have 65 agility to be able to get the heart on this? I hate agility. Everything about agility sucks. I'm so mad at it. I haven't done the penguin stuff yet. Yeah, I've done a couple of them. I don't have all of the easies, but I have, I don't know, 4 or 5. Gotta max them out, though. Gotta get that 200 million XP. Penguin in Quest. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have a huge problem with the adrenaline courses. It's just so much. The ectofunctus. The hell is an ectofunctus? Alright, we're gonna go back to war real quick. We're gonna switch back to our Bane Sword. Because honestly, I'm probably gonna do about the same amount of damage with the Bane Sword and the Defender. And I'll get to keep my HP this way. So... But I am going to keep all this stuff in my inventory because I like watching it stack up. That's kind of cool. Ooh, bonus prayer XP. Okay. Interesting. Let's put this back up here. And then let's put this in there instead. And take that off. Nope. I probably won't ever hit my rejuvenate, but that'll be fine. This will probably be good enough. What skill outfit is that? Prayer. Oh, okay. Is that the thing that sits over here? Because I think I have that thing. Yo, what's up, Pat? You know, just running around with my new pet. Killing some Barrows brothers, trying to get some weapons that I want. Yeah, but the ectofunctus is the thing that sits down here, right? Is that what you were talking about? Oh. No, it's like a little staff thingy or something. I don't know, I got it from killing ghosts. Yeah, that one. They're all called Ecto something. Not my fault, they're all named the same fucking thing. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I just had to take a break today from it, Pat. We were putting in too much work on the fucking crafting. Hang on one sec, I'll be right back. On your melee, man. Just only leveling up melee? One of my neighbors was running a vacuum or something. And I thought that the high-pitched whining sound I was hearing was coming from my computer. And I was like, no! But it wasn't. It's fine. Yeah, I wasn't worried that y'all could hear it. I was much more worried that, like, my fan was working overdrive, or maybe the fan was broken, or something like that. Well, that's fun. That's fun. I like melee. I think melee in this game's really fun. I like beating people in the face with my sword. Makes me happy. Is it? Maybe if you're a wuss. Mama didn't raise no wimp. Yeah, I don't really use Zerk. I don't really like it. I like to play tanky. I don't really like anything that causes me to take more damage. Not really my cup of tea. Meh. I'm sure I'll be able to figure something out. And, I mean, if it's absolutely required, it's absolutely required. That's fine. But if it's not, we won't use it. Because I don't like it. I'm excited for Melee, for getting it, or for it getting a change. I'm excited for the range change to come to the main game instead of the beta. I'm excited for a lot of stuff. I'm excited for this whole year. It's going to be so good for content creation. It's going to be so good for enjoyment of the game. It's going to be so good for player numbers. It's going to be such a good year. I'm so excited. It was definitely the best time to go ahead and pick this game up and start playing. I'm really excited for Runescape ahead in a few days. That's gonna be baller. "144 demons killed in the wilderness is needed to make adrenaline not drain outside of combat." Gotta get the puzzle box first, though, yeah? Which I don't have. Honestly, most of the time, I enjoy the adrenaline draining because it gives me back my health, and I like that. Because it helps me with sustain and stuff. But Where do I have to go to get the puzzle box? Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair. I can just activate it myself. Zammy Undercity. Pretty sure I have a teleport there. Dude, I don't know what this high-pitched squealy noise is, but I'm losing it. Neighbor is pissing me off. My dumbass pet keeps getting in the way of my clicks. Oh, can you? Hey, corruption sigil. I have to do that quest before I can get the puzzle box. I mean, I don't want it to disappear. I want to be able to see it. I just don't want to be able to click it. I have something that's supposed to let me teleport down to Zamorak, but I don't remember what it is. It's also possible that I've gotten rid of it. I have no idea. Right, but why run there if I have a teleport? It's like a button. It's like a communicator. No, it's a communicator for a series of quests I did to get the Runescape. I must have gotten rid of it. Oh, there it is. I thought it had a red button. This isn't the place where I get the box? Okay. I wonder if I can get to the place where I get the box from here. You said it's something Undercity? That it's right up here above the dig site? Oh, Centistin. Well, that's not the words you used. I don't even know if I can go in here. Oh, this is where I came to get to fight that one boss, isn't it? Where I fought. Oh, there's Zamorak on the city. Yeah, Croesus. There you go. Right, right.
I am Zamorak. My life has been long, and throughout it I have
Okay,
lived
nobody
by
cares.
one maxim.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up in the wiki. Well, that's not the right kind of puzzle box. infernal puzzle box. Just north of the entrance on the floor of a room to the east. Okay. Complete the task, get the benefits. 40% reduced environmental damage within Infernus. Complete the Daughter of Chaos quest. Complete the Civil War 1 mini quest. Guardian of Kareed, Wilderness Flash events. Session. Fairbury, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Going really good, Grizz. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Love to see the new faces. How's it going for you? How's your time in Runescape treating you? Whoops. Don't need to come down here yet. Nice. Congratulations. Good work. That 120 thieving is worth a lot of banked XP for a lot of other skills. Should make a lot of stuff a lot easier for you. Summoning and herb lore. Specifically, I think. That's awesome. Good job, Defender. Way to reduce that attack by 1. You're a fucking G. How useless. It's crazy how often that happens, where the defender barely does anything. Just bossing. Just killing nerds. I should probably be picking up Slayer tasks to make this more effective. But I've been working towards getting Invention for a few days, and I just needed to kill some things to make myself feel better. So we killed the Flesh Hatcher a bunch, got the pet, and I really want the two-handed crossbow and the one-handed wand from the Barrow Brothers. We have almost 700 kills on the Barrow Brothers, and I still don't have the wand or the bow, which I want to go kill Jad with. If I'm being honest, I'm getting tired of killing the Barrows brothers. Damn, that sucks. Also, welcome to the Chat Night Studios. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, the 1 in a million drop. That's a hunt right there. Goodness. Hey, DeGriz, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Sorry, I normally talk way more than this, but I am hungry, and it's making me really low energy right now. Probably gonna have to go ahead and take a break, go get some food. I normally try and go the whole stream without food. Because I normally stream for like 6-ish hours. But I am fucking starving right now. And it is killing my focus. On Monday, I should be getting some Pop-Tarts in. And then when I get hungry in the middle of the stream, instead of having to stop for like 10 minutes to go get food, I'll just be able to whip out a Pop-Tart. That'll be dope. I haven't had a Pop-Tart in a really fucking long time. We used to take them all the time when we'd go hunting. Pack them in the day pack. But that's like the last time I had a Pop-Tart. Hey, that's another corruption sigil. Oh shit. Stir fry. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. Alright, we back. Let's go murder nerds while we stuff our face. Thank you. What do I gotta eat? Just some rice and vegetables. Rice and veg. With a little sriracha sauce. Whoops. Came down here and killed this nerd before I did the rest of the bosses. Oh well. Alright, here's the deal, game. If you don't give me either my Kirill's crossbow or my wand in the next hour, we're fighting. I don't know how I'm gonna fist fight a computer program, but I'm gonna figure it out. And then we're getting in the boxing ring. This is bullshit. We've tried the complaining method to get these drops, where we whine about not getting the drops. We didn't get them. We've tried the bargaining method, where we try and bargain with the game to give us our drops. And that one hasn't worked. So now we're on to threatening. I will commit acts of violence against this video game if it does not give me my drops. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Well, we got another amulet. At least there's that. Yeah, except I'm an iron. No GE for me. Yeah, I've gotten a just stupid amount of ammies. That's my 11th ammy in 640 kills. Yeah, I have an extra one that I hang on to. Yeah, it's all super weird. Mostly, I think the reason that the RNG fucks with us is because technically, if something drops, if the average drop rate for an item is, say, 100 kills, then technically only 60% of people will get that item by 100 kills. And so it seems like, oh, I've gotten 100 kills, I should get the item. But really, you've only gotten to 60% chance. And so it ends up making all of the drop rates much, much longer and much, much harder. Just makes the whole thing more confusing. But that's fun.
No. You go back in there. I mean, I do have a lot of the unique items. I have 24 of the 30 items that I'm capable of getting right now, which feels really good. But I just don't have specifically 2 of them that I really want. I fear nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, Ian. It was not fear that made me turn back. It was stupidity. I got lost. Went down the rope, forgot what just happened, went back up the rope. I'm too dumb to be afraid. Oh yeah, what's a glory amulet? I don't even know what a glory amulet is. The glory amulet is a level 5 enchanted dragonstone amulet. Gives me teleports. Interesting. But I don't think... Yeah, it doesn't quite give as much damage as my Amulet of the Forsaken does. I mean, teleports are cool, but... I don't know if I'll actually need them. The other thing that I would really like is I'm really close to the Guthin set. I don't know if it's just a helmet. I don't know, one of the armor pieces is all I need. And then I have the full Guthins. So I'd also really like that. I think it would do really well for my push to 99 attack. Probably help me kill the Flesh Hatcher faster. Because then instead of using resonance and stuff, I could probably just walk out of that ability and then just beat his ass. And that'd be fun. The King Black Dragon would probably be similar. There we go. Reduce the hit by 453. What's up? Man, I can't wait to be rocking a Defender and oh, who is that nerd? The evil Sliske. There you go. Can't wait to be rocking Sliske's and that ring and my defender and hopefully 3 pieces of Zamorak or Saradomin and be rocking like a 20% chance to reduce the damage like that. Oh, an extra 1% geode chance? That's kind of nice. I like geodes. Nope. Wrong button. I honestly can't believe how long I've been trying to get this item. Or these items. It's been... I haven't fought that boss yet. Have not fought that boss yet. I'm not even quite to his minimum combat level recommendation, so I haven't really considered going down there. Oh, and I have to have level 80 magic, apparently. I actually really want that wand. Probably. Because it's got tier 90 accuracy at tier 85. I like that a lot. Yeah, we'll be going to fight that dude. I still haven't even really started God Wars Dungeon 2, or God Wars Dungeon 1. I don't have any God Swords or anything. Well, that's cool. That seems like something I would do if I was rushing. Probably not something I would do on my first playthrough. Yeah, I've only been playing for about 2 months now. And I've never played the game before. So I am a pretty new player. Camp Bandos and get the boots and gloves. Yeah, having some nice melee power boots and gloves to go with some of these 3-piece sets would be pretty nice. That's for sure. I was hardcore. I died. Hardcore no more. But we are playing Iron. I would continue playing hardcore and delete my character and restart, but I can't maintain my membership, and I still have like 2 months left on my membership, so... Hey, thanks, Fairberry. I appreciate it. It has been one of the most welcoming communities I've ever joined, and it's been one of the most fun MMOs I've ever played, so... all good things all around. Yeah, I was being dumb. I died like in my first week because I ran out into the wilderness to get Phasmatite. Because I was like, I'm gonna get mining and smithing up to 99 before I do anything else, because that'll be super cool. And then I ran out into the wilderness and I went the wrong way and I ran into a Hydrix and then he beat my ass. And then it was just over. Yeah, I just tend to play MMOs by myself. So I figured Iron Man would be the way to go. And I think Iron Man in this game is probably the best way to learn it. Because honestly, if you do main, then you run the real risk of getting yourself into a loop where you're just trying to gain currency. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Welcome to the chat, or welcome back. I guess you've already been here before. But yeah, I feel like you get into this loop of trying to earn currency and then buy your levels and stuff like that off of the Grand Exchange. And I think that's true of most MMOs that have auction houses. You just end up in a position where the best path, right, the most optimum path is always the most optimum path to currency and not going and doing the best that you can at the skill, right? It's better to just get your combat levels up, go kill shit, make money, and then buy all the other skills. And I didn't want to do that. As much as I love playing markets and doing crafting and stuff like that, I didn't want to fall into that trap again. So I decided to play Iron. I was actually talking to somebody on Reddit yesterday, in the MMO Reddit, and they were talking about bringing back decentralized auction houses where your character can basically be their own auction house. And it's something I haven't really ever thought of before because I didn't really like those systems. But I think the decentralization is probably good for market volatility, and I think that's good. And so I started thinking about ways to maybe make that system a little better. And I think the thing that I came up with is that if you had a really robust UI for that, then you could actually have a really good decentralized auction house where every person, you know, in some old games, you could basically like turn yourself into the stall, like the, gosh, what's it called? The market stall. There you go. You could basically turn yourself into a market stall, and the items in your inventory would show up as part of the market, and you could give them prices and stuff like that. But if you had a really robust gotta lubricate them vocal cords. Goodness. Anyway, if you had a really robust UI for that, hey, I already have that, then people could go up to these market stalls and initiate direct message chats and pull up trade inventory or trade screens. So when you normally trade a player like in Runescape, you know, you get your trade screen right here in the middle of the screen. But you don't necessarily only need one trade screen. If every person who came up to your stall basically popped up their own UI, and maybe only, 5 people could be interacting with a person's stall at a time. And so you would get like 5 windows, right? And there would be a direct message chat in that window so that you could talk to the person who was trying to buy the item, and then you could do the whole trade and everything through that UI. And then it would just show them, right? They would get that traditional, like NPC merchant UI where they see everything you have, and then they have the thing over here where they put in what they want, and then they've got, what they want to put in for their money or whatever. And then there would be a little chat UI. So you could have a direct message chat with the person who was trying to buy from you. I've never actually played Tibia, so I wouldn't be able to make a comparison with that. But just something, the point is that a lot of those games that used to implement things like that, where you could turn yourself into a little auction stall, a lot of times you were using like local chat or global chat or direct messages. And then if you wanted to trade an item for less than what you had put it up for originally, you had to like delist it and then relist it at the new price, or delist it and then do a private trade with that person, or, all kinds of stuff. And so the UI just needs to be robust enough that those things can be done in the moment, and those decisions can be made, and all that stuff can just be done through that one UI screen so that you can all see it together. Or you and the person you're trying to trade with can kind of see it together. That way you can have the haggles and all that stuff. And it would make trading more of a pain in the ass, for sure. But I don't necessarily think that would be a bad thing. Because one of the reasons that MMO markets suck so bad is that there's no volatility, really. Everybody just kind of knows what the costs of things are. And so even people who do arbitrage and stuff like that, they're, instead of doing knowledge-based arbitrage, they're doing volume-based arbitrage. And so they're running razor-thin margins, but they're doing it, a couple million times. And that's not really interesting, and it's not really good for the game, right? It triggers a lot of inflation and stuff like that. But if you were doing knowledge-based arbitrage, right, if you were going to these different stalls, finding people who maybe didn't know exactly what they had, haggling people down on prices so that you can then go, it's kind of like a pawn shop, right? Pawn shops typically pay less than an item is worth to get the item because the person who's selling it is trying to sell it very quickly. And then they sell it for a higher price, but it takes them longer to sell it, right? Because they weren't the buyer for the item. They were just that intermediary. And so I think that a lot of that volatility, a lot of that arbitrage would be a lot more fun if you had to actively go out and look for those items from the individuals who were trying selling them. Or you could even set yourself up with a character that had a name that was like so-and-so's pawn shop or something like that, and intentionally go out of your way to buy items and stuff for people in major hubs. It would also make transport way more important, right? You could go stand outside of a dungeon and sell fucking potions, right? And so instead of people having to go all the way back to town to buy potions, you could just be that guy who's standing outside the potion or outside the dungeon with a little makeshift potion shop, or something like that. But I think it would make for a much more interesting trade system. But you have to have a good UI for it. If you don't have a good UI for it, then it's just a pain in the ass, and nobody's going to want to interact with it. Yeah, there you go. A lot of old school MMOs. My original MMO was Dark Age of Camelot. And way back in the day, when you had your housing in Dark Age of Camelot, and you could set up a consignment merchant at your house. But if you wanted to buy stuff from other players in Dark Age of Camelot, you had to go wander around looking at consignment merchants and see, who was selling what for what prices. And eventually they kind of created a central auction house for it, because it honestly was just too convoluted to try and go through and find all those consignment merchants and stuff. But it was an interesting concept. They were trying new stuff back then, and they don't do that anymore with those systems. How do I feel about unique one-off rares and MMOs? I think that that's an admirable goal, but I think instead of trying to have unique one-off drops, you should instead focus on making better crafting systems. And I talk about this a lot. This is one of the things that's really near and dear to me. Crafting systems in MMOs are basically just menus, and I fucking hate that. And so the big problem, and I think the reason so many things are homogenized, is there's no skill-based failure state in crafting in any MMO. So the example I always use is, instead of a menu where you just click and auto-craft the item, and it's always the same. Have you ever played the game Slay the Spire? We'll do a little art project real quick. So, in the game Slay the Spire, you start off with like 3 starting points, and there will be different things going on at these starting points. So this might be an enemy fight, this is an enemy fight, and this is an enemy fight. And then these might branch off, right? These two might meet right here, and this one might just go up this way, and then this one might branch off back this way, this one goes this way. And so you've got all these crazy like branching paths that you can go through. And what happens is you build a little deck, and it's like a turn-based, old school turn-based RPG. And you're climbing this spire, and there's maybe 10 different little stops. But there's different stuff, right? You might have a combat encounter, you might have a shop encounter, you might have a bonfire encounter that heals you, all kinds of stuff like that. But the point is that it's a roguelite. So you're getting new cards for your deck as you go, and each one of these little encounters is a decision point. And so that's what crafting in real life is, right? It's a bunch of small decisions that accumulate to create an item. And so that's why I think that roguelites, specifically roguelites with this structure, would be really good for crafting. Because imagine if this is me making, say, an uncommon item, right? I'm on floor 1 of the tower, and I go up through 10 combat encounters. And if I clear all 10 of those combat encounters, at each one of these steps, maybe I've added 1 base damage here. And then maybe I've gone up here and I've added a little attack speed. And then maybe here, maybe I get more attack speed. Or maybe over here, I get like a chance to bleed. And so I choose to go over to this side and get that chance to bleed. And so you go through all these little encounters, and if you clear the floor, then you move on to the next floor and you get a new rarity, right? So this item will be green all the way through this floor. But then if I get to floor 2, it'll turn blue. The point is that at each one of these encounters, I have a chance to die, right? I could be fighting this encounter and I could lose. And that doesn't destroy my item. It just means that I stop crafting, and any value that I've added to my item up to that point is all I get. So if I'm really shitty at the game, or if I just want to whip something out real quick, then I just go beat a couple of encounters real fast, let myself lose, and then I've got an uncommon green item. But if I play the game all the way through, and I clear, 4 or 5 complete floors, then I have this extremely unique item because of the selections I've made about the values that I want to take, that maybe could be all the way up to legendary. And then you put a durability system in there, so that item doesn't literally last forever. And now you have this really fun artisan system where you have players who maybe never engage with any other part of the game, right? And so you're actively going out. If I'm max level and I'm trying to do like the hardest boss in the game, I can't just roll up to the auction house and buy the dragon slaying sword of awesomeness. Like, I've got to go find a crafter who knows how to get through this game mode well. I've got to get maybe some really expensive resources that this person can use to make that item. And those resources would change what was available at each of these encounter points. And so it would change, how much you could guarantee certain types of advancement on your item. And, maybe it takes them a half hour to 45 minutes in a try, and maybe it takes them 2 or 3 tries to get the item I want. But that's like a really deep, involved crafting system that requires a totally different player skill set than the combat in the regular game, right? Because here you've got regular combat, right? I'm moving my character around, I'm clicking my attack skills and stuff. And then on the other version of the game, you've got this like deck building, turn-based, strategy kind of game mode. And so the players who are the best at the combat are not going to be the best crafters because they're 2 totally different skill sets. So you broaden the number of people who can be, quote unquote, the best at your game, and you force people to rely on each other to, get the best materials, get the best items made, all that other stuff. And you create a much more dynamic and volatile economy. And so if you were going to have one-off items, I think that's how you should have them, right? Because the RNG of what you even get to add to an item is enough that you're unlikely to see any 2 legendaries that have exactly the same stats. And instead of having to make, for example, if you were to make one-off legendaries in an MMO, that legendary would have extremely specific stats. So it would only really be a best-in-slot item for one type of build. So you've got this one-off rare, but now I'm totally pigeonholed into only playing this build. And if you want people to be able to play a bunch of different builds, you would have to make one-off rares for every single build that was possible in your game. And that would be a lot of dev time. That would be really frustrating for players because they might get one of those one-off rares, but it's not for the build that they want. Or, there's all kinds of crazy shit that can happen. But if you had like a really legitimately skill-based crafting system, then you would end up with tons of one-offs that were all focused on different builds and stuff like that were custom built specifically for the people who were using them. And I think that'd be really cool. And I honestly don't think it would be that hard to implement. I think you take a game like Path of Exile. They have ARPGs are actually really good at crafting systems. They have, all your orbs and all your affixes and all of that different stuff where you have lots of limits and things. And so I think if you copied a similar affix system to them, yeah, well, and so I love the role of Crafter too, Night Studio, and that's why that idea is so important to me. Is I play Crafter in all of my MMOs, even all the way back to Dark Age of Camelot. I maxed all of my craftings in Dark Age of Camelot so that I could make gear at all of my different tiers and all that stuff for my characters. Even in Guild Wars 1, where there was no crafting system, when they introduced things like pommels and bowstrings and stuff like that, where you could kind of attach certain attributes to different items, I started collecting all of those different pommels and stuff so that I could craft items as I needed them for builds. So I force crafting into games that don't even have it because I think it's super dope. And it's definitely what I want to do. If there was a skill-based crafting system in this game, I would just only do that. The meta progression of roguelike games also lends itself really well to a vertical progression crafting skill system. So, every run is you making an item, but then you get that meta progression stuff of increasing your smithing level. Maybe you've got like weapon smithing, armor smithing, potion making, fletching, a bunch of stuff like you have in this game. And so based on which one of those skills you're using, you get a meta progression system that allows you to start the game with better cards or, better skills or whatever to fight the combat encounters, which is going to make it easier for you to get further. So it's not just your skill at the game, but there's also this sort of vertical progression system, this meta progression in your crafting. And roguelites just already have all that stuff. I mean, you literally just copy paste a roguelite into an MMO and you're done. Question, do you think if they would introduce such a thing to RuneScape 3, crafters and such would start to overcharge for such items? Well, so here's the thing, is anytime you have a system like that, the number of good enough items is going to be directly proportional to the number of perfect items. Because if it's a skill-based crafting system, then you're going to fail on your way towards trying to make that perfect legendary. So there are going to be more, more purples, and then there's going to be even more blues, and then there's going to be even more greens. And so you don't necessarily need the best item. And so those other items of those lower tiers are still going to get sold, right? Those people are still trying to recoup most of or all of the cost of the resources they're using. So yeah, absolutely. The number one top tier best items are going to be expensive as shit. But there's going to be 10 times that many rares. There's going to be, 20 times that many blues. There's going to be 100 times that many greens. And so you shouldn't have a problem equipping your character. That's a question of balance, right, for the game itself. And so as long as you balance your encounters so that they're not a stat check that requires, that top tier legendary, then you're good. Now, if you make the game where you have to have, this one of super rare in order to beat the final boss, then you will absolutely drive a ton of players away because it'll be too hard to get those items. But as long as you balance around the average, then you should be fine. We actually see that already. So like I was saying, games like Path of Exile have crafting systems that are like this. They just don't have gameplay elements. They're just menus and you just click chaos orbs over and over again. But they have a similar progression of how you craft items. They just don't have that gameplay element in between each of those progression points. And so you see it all the time on there where, you can get up to like 6 affixes or whatever, and finding an item that has 4 of the affixes that you want is really easy and usually pretty cheap. And usually that's good enough to make your build function the way you want it to and to go do all the end game bossing and all that stuff. But if you want to push your build to its absolute limit and you want to get 6 of 6, perfect affixes, that's almost impossible, right? They call them mirror items because you have to use an item called a Mirror of Calandra that duplicates the item and then you take that copy. And the Mirror of Calandra is the rarest drop in the game. But you don't need those things, right? Those are want to have, not have to have. And the items below that mirror tier are much, much more common, because as people try and create these mirror tier items, they almost get there, but something goes wrong, they hit the wrong roll or something like that, and instead of wiping out the item and restarting, they go look for a new base item to start with, and they just sell that almost perfect item. But they sell it at a loss. They're just trying to recoup as much of their profits as they can so they can keep, or as much of their cost as they can so they can keep crafting. Because if they ever get that mirror item, then they have basically infinite money at that point. And so you end up getting those items at less than cost. Because they're worth something, they're just not what I was looking for. And so it doesn't even necessarily have to be a roguelite. I use Slay the Spire as my example because that's kind of what's stuck in my head. But any skill-based system that uses a different player skill set than the main game and has a failure state with incremental progression states works. It doesn't matter what system you use, right? It doesn't need to be Slay the Spire. It doesn't need to be, it could be an RTS game. It could be anything, right? But it just needs to be something that's going to ask you a bunch of questions. Yeah, so I haven't actually used Invention at all in RuneScape yet. I'm kind of pushing my way there. We're about to hit level 80 crafting, and we're about to hit, well, not about, but we'll be working towards 80 divination. And then I will be working on some invention stuff. But the important thing there is the gameplay element of crafting. So a lot of games have incremental crafting systems, but they're still menu systems. A lot of people tell me Final Fantasy XIV has what I'm looking for, but it really doesn't, because there's no gameplay element there. There's no skill element there. And so that's the important part. And then the failure state gives you an item up to the point that you had created it. So it doesn't completely break your item, you just have to start over with a new item each time you fail. But it has to be skill expressive, right? It has to be something that some people are just going to be better than other people at. Just like all other aspects. Invention is more RNG dice rolls. Yeah, and so that's a lot of modern crafting systems use that, because if you had a really deterministic crafting system that was just a menu like that, then too many good items would get into the markets. So you have to have really RNG heavy crafting systems, and you have to have really like monotonous, tedious, grindy gathering systems, because that gathering takes up a lot of the time that it takes to make an item. And then the RNG forces you to go back and do that gathering over and over and over again. And so that's how you absorb the player's time for every item that they make. But if you had a skill-based crafting system that itself took a really long time, not only would you end up with a better, more enjoyable crafting system, but then you don't have to have the grindy, crazy gathering systems, right? Instead of going out to gather 1,000 iron ore to make my 100 iron swords and hope that I rolled the stats that I want, I could go get, the talon of a lightning wolf and craft that into my item. And that would give me, a different chance, right? Maybe it would give me more attack speed possibilities as I was crafting the item, or, some lightning damage possibilities, or some stun possibilities, or, resistance possibilities if I was making an armor with it, or something like that. So instead of running in a circle like an asshole for 3 hours, gathering up iron ore, I instead go out into the world and I look for, a wolf that has been affected by some environmental effect that has charged it with some sort of lightning mana. And then when I kill it, I get its talon, or claw, or whatever. And so that absorbs the player's time through exploration and actual skill-based systems, instead of running circles like a jackass. Wish you could sell the perks you make on invention. I think... I don't know how invention works, but if you can't sell items that have been augmented, that's a big bummer. Because that's kind of a big deal. But then this game is really made for being a self-contained player. The game kind of expects you to be able to make all your own potions and all that stuff. Which is why I like Iron Man in this game so much, because it really leans into that. But I have... Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that might be the case, because I had never seen any augmented gear on the Grand Exchange, or seen anybody talking about it, or anything like that. So... that's really too bad. You know what's funny is I didn't even read that as unreadable. I read it as untradeable. Because I knew what you were trying to say. Didn't even register until you corrected it. I don't really have a lot of hope, though, that a crafting and gathering system like that will ever really get created. I don't know why MMO games, seem to be narrowing their gameplay focus instead of broadening it in the modern age. This game has a really broad gameplay. There's lots of different things to be doing. And that's just not, if you play a game like Throne and Liberty or Ion 2 or any of these games, you've got really basic gathering and crafting systems, and then you've got dungeons, and then you've got PvP. And that's like everything to modern MMOs. And they don't really try and broaden that stuff at all, and I don't know why. I don't know why we're narrowing endgame gameplay. Because again, that homogenizes markets. When you have less stuff to be able to do, and you have enough time as a player to do anything that you want, because there aren't that many things to be doing, then prices start to get really, really easy to calculate based on how much of a thing you can get in a certain amount of time. And so then just everything is based off of this really, really basic, like, this is how much gold you're expected to be able to make in an hour, and then any activity that you do for that hour worth of time is going to make you almost exactly that amount of stuff, because everything is so narrow. And only a very small number of really, really ultra efficient players ever really break outside of that expectation. And it's because there's no volatility. Thank you. I appreciate that. My mother was an English teacher, and my grandfather was a journalist. And so I just kind of grew up with a lot of words in my life. Ask me a math question. I'll go from looking like I know what I'm talking about to looking like a moron real fast. So bad at math. Another Kirill skirt. Wait, I already have that. I just want my bow. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's nice. I'll disassemble it. It'll be okay. But I want my bow. I even have my corrupted sigil right here. Just as soon as we get it, we'll get our repriser, and that'll be really nice. But until we get it, everything feels bad. Or at least get anything that I don't already have. I mean, I know I only need 6 more items, and so that's a really narrow loot pool, but give me my last piece of my Varix or something. Come on. I need the shinies. Need those shinies. Hey, that would be pretty cool. I like that. Of course, sort of, they have a system like that. It's not a system where you can trade it in for an item you don't have, but it is a system, invention allows you to disassemble it and then do some stuff with it. So at the very least, at least they have some way to use those items. I guess that and high alchemy. just to get a little money. So at the very least, they haven't made duplicates totally useless, which is something that is a pretty big problem in a lot of other MMOs. So they found pretty decent solutions to that. But yeah, you're right. If you could trade in, because that's getting 10 of one item is just as lucky as getting the item that you want. Right, that's some pretty crazy RNG. So allowing you to sort of spend that crazy RNG in the place that you want it is a good idea. I could get behind that. Especially because honestly that system is sort of at odds with the invention system. Right, if I'm trading 10 items for one item, then I'm losing 9 items worth of disassembly parts. So now you're making the player make a decision. You know, how badly do you want this one item that you don't have yet? Is it worth giving up all these invention parts? And making players make decisions like that is definitely good for gameplay. So yeah, I mean, putting those two systems in direct competition with each other is good. And then it's just a balancing question. You know, you want it to be a difficult decision. So if it needs to be 10 items, if it needs to be 20 items, if it needs to be 5 items, you know, where's the value in there? What is going to make it a tough decision? Instead of one option obviously being better than the other. The only reason that I would say maybe that would end up being a bad idea is there are a lot of really good like YouTube videos and series and stuff like that that get made based on people just going super dry on drops. And so while the average player would greatly benefit from a system like that, we would end up with less interesting content to watch on YouTube. Especially the one chunks are pretty hilarious when people can't get beaver pets for 2 years. And if there's one thing I've noticed, it's that Runescape viewers are a bunch of fucking sadists. I've never had better viewership than when everything is just going wrong. When my life is in shambles People just come out of the woodwork to watch as I struggle to not get the things that I want. Because you're all a bunch of sadists. I mean, you'd have to be to play this game. I mean, I've gotten really lucky on most of the log grinds and the items and stuff that I've been trying to get so far. But looking at some of this stuff, oh, I got 2 Triskelion fragments. Yo. I've never seen that happen before. That's actually really cool. But I mean, you just kind of have to be to play this game. Thousands of boss kills, going dry, 2 times KC. When stuff like that happens to you, of course, it's fun to watch it happen to other people. You can commiserate together. I don't know why this is so much fun, but it really is. I really enjoy killing the Barrows brothers. I don't know what it is specifically about these bosses, but I could kill these dudes all day. I have, on more than one occasion. I'm 40. Well, I'll be 40 this year. I'm old as shit. $32? I remember 32. No, I don't. That was so long ago. Yeah, I tend to pull in a little bit of the older crowd, Night Studios. When I was playing Once Human, so I started this channel a little over a year ago. Actually, I guess it's been about a year and a half. But I started when Once Human launched. And like half of my viewers were over 50 when I was playing that game. It was crazy. I was like the youngest person in the chat. And I was 38. It was weird. Honestly, I am a little bit sad, DeGriz. I feel good about playing the game right now because this coming year is going to be so interesting. Hey, welcome back, Ryan. But I'm really excited for this coming year, so I'm happy to have been playing right now. But I really wish that I had started 20 years ago. Because there are just some things that I don't ever get to get because I wasn't playing. And that makes me sad. Like, if this game lasts another 20 years, I'll be super surprised. And so I may very well never get a 20-year cape. And that would be sad. Because I want a 20-year cape. I honestly probably wouldn't have. I mean, back then, when I was younger, I was a much more excitable person, I guess would be the right word for it. A little more energetic. Quite a bit less patient. So, I mean, it's probably best that I didn't play for the last 20 years. But there's still a little bit of sadness there. Who that is? Zenith Logic. That is my favorite thing about MMO games. Nothing makes me happier than seeing other people running around. Definitely looking forward to this upcoming Monday. See what they got. Yeah. I'm kind of... Oops. I don't think I killed that guy. I'm kind of fighting with myself. I'm normally asleep about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And the Runescape ahead is coming out at like 7 o'clock my time. So I'm trying to decide if I'm going to stay up late that night. If I do, I'm going to have a really hard time getting up and starting the stream. And I don't want to do that. I'm in mountain time. Yeah, I really just want to know what the roadmap's going to be. That'll be enough for me. It'll also give us more information about the Haven Heights stuff, which I'll be interested in. Yeah, my understanding is the new skill is coming as part of the Haven Heights stuff, which is going to be coming in increments over the course of the entire year. And then the new skill comes at like the end. But they haven't said what that skill is supposed to be. But that's just my understanding from what viewers and stuff have told me. I'm not super familiar with how RuneScape rolls out their stuff, so... Give me my item. You son of a bitch. I know that feel. I know that feel. That's okay. You've probably got like an entire year, Degriz. So all you have to do is play like a degenerate for the next 365 days. And you'll make it. Hope you got a lot of savings. Probably gonna have to quit your job. RuneScape. All day, every day. Oh my gosh. Work and wife and kids? You get most of your RuneScape done on your phone on the toilet, don't you? Go take those 30-minute bathroom breaks. Sit down on the commode, fucking whip out your phone, play a little RuneScape. Take those extra long bathroom breaks at work. I am losing my ability to speak. Sweet. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I skill on company time. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's what you got to do. Something that I used to do a lot at work is listen to audiobooks. I used to work as a handyman at a country club. And so I would just pop in one Bluetooth headphone and listen to a bunch of audiobooks all day, every day. It was great. I want to be a normal boy when I grow up. Who wants to be normal? That's gross. Only person you need to be when you grow up, Ryan, is you. Whatever that means. I thought Pinocchio wanted to be a real boy, not a normal boy. There are no strings to hold me down. Sort of. I did a high elk a bunch of them so that I could get currency because I wanted some more money as a buffer. But I do have some extras for invention as well. I've killed a lot of Barrow's brothers and I've gotten a lot of items. Like a lot. It's a little excessive. I mean, I wouldn't keep killing them if they would give me the fucking items I wanted. I just want the two-handed crossbow and the wand. And if they would give me those items, I would stop murdering them. But they refuse. Is the RS 25-year anniversary event members only? I have no idea. Let's see. Yeah, I think probably you're only going to be able to get the inverted capes for the non-members' skills. But... oh, the capes are? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. What's in Chicago? I would just open up. You should be able to find out. Pretty simply, Chris. If you just click that little 25 button down there, it should take you to this screen. And if you have 99 in a skill, you should be able to stick it as your focus. And then once it's your focus, you should be able to start getting the shards or whatever you need to make it. The RuneScape DMM event? Oh, okay. I mean, I used to live kinda near Chicago. We used to go there all the time on the weekends when I was in training in the Navy. Up at Great Lakes. I once had to sleep outside the train station because I didn't realize that the train started running late on a holiday. And so we went out and we were going to take like the first train at like 5 o'clock in the morning back to base. But it was a holiday so the train didn't start running until like 10 o'clock that morning. And we had been out all night bar hopping. And so we were sitting there sleeping in front of the train station, and we laid down, and then we crossed our arms across ourselves and put our hands in each of our pockets so nobody could like go through our pockets while we were sleeping. And we just crashed out for like 5 hours in front of the train station. It was a good time. Because we were too tired to stay awake. There was no way. And I was going to fall asleep so hard that there was no way if somebody went through my pockets, I wasn't going to notice. I would have never woken up. So. Do what you got to do. Oh. I was on the last one. Yeah, we had some real good fun in Chicago. For those of you who live in the US, you may or may not know this, but college kids from Europe. Hey, good night, Chris. College kids from Europe do kind of the same thing that we do, where they like come and stay in hostels and stuff in major cities in the United States and like travel around the US as cheaply as they can. So we went and stayed at a hostel one weekend in Chicago, met a bunch of international people, trading beers, drinking games, having a good time. It was a lot of fun. Blacked out once in a Manhattan taxi. Taxi driver got pissed, dragged my ass to a bench. At least you got the phone back. That's good. That's funny. Just left your ass on a bench. That's hilarious. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to be calling the stream quits. Well, actually, let's go do our Triskelions, and then we'll call the stream quits. Looks like we just have one Triskelion. But let's go do it real quick. Because you can get some interesting stuff out of here, and I want to see. An elite scroll, 5 dragon stones. I mean, I don't have any of these seeds. I don't think. I think I've got a couple of palm seeds, but I don't have any of these other seeds. It's not the worst stuff. Yeah, but anyway. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. Especially thank you all the new folks who subscribed and followed over on YouTube and Twitch. I really, really appreciate that. I love getting to talk to new people and, you know, hear their take on different things. There's only so much interesting stuff we can talk about, and eventually, you know, we kind of start repeating ourselves. When we get new people in, that kind of goes away. So I appreciate that. But I hope everybody has a great rest of their night. I will be back tomorrow again. We get started about 5 o'clock Eastern. And then we usually stream for about 6 hours. So I hope to see you all again. and I'll see you on the next one.